That weirdos. Hmm. Every once in a while, I have a great idea for a stream card. What's the market's range for today? Sorted. Well, we're under 50, which is technically a little bearish because it's very easiest for us to drop into that negative gamma to the downside. But yeah, bulls want to sell puts. That's normal. If we do start slipping though, the next like real support is down at like 64.15, and then there's huge piles of bot puts at 6400, 6405. I think bought to close on the vol spike. So, um, yeah, range. There's range, just not a lot to the upside. 64.27 is an important level. It's somewhat important. It's when we fall back into the trading range from last month, which so far we've stayed above pretty significantly for the last, I don't know, week or so, a little more than a week, since like the 11th, I think it was. But yeah, this represents like a failure of the somewhat long-term trend here. I guess from like May. So 64.27, if we go out to the monthly, you can see that's that falls back below July's high, which was 64.2702. And then I'm really interested in retesting 6201. I think that's a far more important level. But yeah, there's some other levels in here on like the weekly, you know. And then the EMA 30 is fairly important here on the daily, which is like 6333. There's kind of like little supports all through this though. Like our entire climb up, because everything was a lower high or a higher low rather. You just have a bunch of like weird little supports through that like entire price range oh from like basically 6200 all the way up to like 6385. What's up with that stock? It's just like a pump and dump. It looked like it was gonna dump yesterday too. Yeah, they're just trying to offset settlement overnight. Although lower highs here would be bullish. Squeezy. Higher lows. Higher lows would be bullish here. So if the trend stays supported, that would be something to watch. But that's like a retest back at 350-ish. Call on CRM was mint yesterday. Sometimes things just look good. Oh, where did it go? Oops. Dash is up today. Hoo, nice. Love it. I was about to cut that one yesterday too. Glad I didn't. The glotanity for the vibe trading is only going to get more smug. You're not wrong. Fucking GME positions up 6%. That's not doing too bad. TQQQ with 2020% returns. I shall become Icarus with vibe trading. It's my birthright. You mentioned a couple of minutes ago 6,400, 6,405 puts were about to close on the vol spike. Wouldn't that mean they have net zero effect? No. They have an effect. They drive up volatility. Bought GME again? Why? Oh, IV was low. I didn't buy GME. I just bought calls, like leap calls. Ah. Mm. Okay, now people are just buying more of those puts, though. Interesting. Volumes are better today. Probably. About 25, 30 leaps. I don't know. You might not be too late, but it might be a little late. June 25 calls. Like the leap ones? That's what I have. I have June 2026, 2530. I'm slightly up. I have 5.7% gains. Woo! 45 is not even resistance. It's just 50. Although, if they get it above 50, they can push out to 60 pretty easily. I wouldn't actually say 50 is all that big of an impediment. So, if we got above 48 here, I think that would probably be somewhat risky for the Bears. Although they are buying puts still. There's a few calls at 40, 45 that are bought. Um, Looks like the 50, 55 calls are selling off. There are a bunch of sold puts at 45, though. Yeah, at the money positioning is kind of choppy. Like 45's bullish, 50's mixed, 40's mixed. 35's bearish. And then sold puts below 35 down to the massive pile of bought puts at 405 and 400. Why two strikes? Vol. All I'm playing on GME is an increase in volatility, and so, yeah, vol. I assume they're going to do with GME what they do on MSTR and go long Bitcoin, short GME. Except MSTR has much higher correlation than GME does. The further out of the money strike also better captures the. Hmm. Interesting. Oh, Canada had their inflation report this morning, presuming they're a real country. That was the big data for the day. Canadian inflation down, which means the Canadian dollar down, which means dollar up, or a little upside pressure on the dollar. I wrote about this last night. Why don't you guys read the things I write? I mean, illiteracy, yeah, but. Oh, never mind. No problem. Where do you write this? Pickles Picks? I wrote, tomorrow morning we get inflation from data from Canada, which will be some of a lot of trade partner inflation data coming over the next week. I would pay attention to this, especially with market sensitivity US inflation so high. Since most trade internationally is invoiced in USD, short run pass through from US import prices is dampened, but tariffs stack on foreign exchange costs. So over time, if foreign currencies continue to rise, then tariffs will amplify those price pressures. In summary, a weaker dollar or higher inflation acts as a feedback loop, increasing the effective consumption tax rate. U.S. housing starts and building permits may offer some early insight into home builders, which might be interesting with declining lumber prices. Yeah, I read stuff like all the time. Literally every night. Oh, shit. Tempting. No, I wrote that. You can check it with like the little AI checker tool. Although I was reading a Goldman research report last night whose introduction was 100% written by ChatGPT. Thanks, I made it. I do read your stuff, then I buy calls, slash puts at the top slash bottom respectively and respectfully. Why is Apple going up? Is it dumb? Yeah. Ooh, we broke out above 48. Moving. Bull day? Wait, there must have been news, right? Oh, Bowman speaking? What did he say? After a few months off, I just resubscribed to Gamma Strike again, thinking that the time off would make me understand what I'm looking at. I'm here to tell you, it did not. Bluth, just ask, man. I've been here for 4 years, and this is the first time hearing of it. Stop acting clueless. The AI checker tool isn't gonna snitch on itself. It might. What if it wants to be the dominant AI model? Dork keeps DMing me saying Benny will hit its 52-week high. I don't believe that for a second. What does bearish news last 30 minutes, but bullish news lasts days? Because most people are idiots, and they'd rather buy things that go up. Thanks for the above 48 call out. Calls printed hard. No problem. Just getting started. I'm not going anywhere near fucking Intel. Have you seen what happens to companies Trump owns? Gross. Hmm. There's profit taking on the 55, but there's still bot calls 60 and 65 to the upside. Big pile of sold puts coming in at 40. Oh goody, we're gonna get fucking range bound again. Careful, this can break up more. Don't try to short this yet, unless there's some kind of confirmation. I don't even know what that would be. I guess a loss of 50. Yeah, falling back under 50. Mustard's wiggling. Yeah, a little. Someone. I think the 6470.75 is the... Yeah, it looks like somebody went short the 70.75 call, long the 6405, 6400 put. Weird. I wonder what that looks like. Okay, so it's a $250 net credit on a... I mean, I guess it's like a... like a short combo. Hmm. Weird. Like a very wide short combo. Kind of looks like that. Each leg, or well, each position, but they have 7,000 of them. Hmm. Curious. I mean, down would be most profitable, but they probably opened it lower. Hmm. Than we're at right now. I mean, they did. So I guess close under 72 end of day would be fine. Just keep the net credit. Someone just bought a fuck ton of 65 calls. Still some resistance at 60 and 55 though. Minor. Yeah, there's like a short combo on the 70-75, 6400, 6405. It looks like it's about 7,000 contracts. Well, I guess technically they're offset, so 6470 is like 6,000 contracts. 6475, I guess I could change this to get the actual profile. It's like that. Doesn't, I mean, it doesn't change it that much. Still 7212. But yeah, about 1 million in credit. Max profits obviously similar to the downside of 6,400 end of day. But yeah, it's a short combo. What's interesting about it though is like it's basically a condor with a lot more upside risk and a lot larger downside payout. Because it's established at a net credit. So, curious. I don't see how that's better than just like. That's more profitable. Well, I guess if you close in this range, it sucks though. You could trim that quite a bit. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Well, I mean, at spot, well, actually, anywhere between 6,400 and 6,472, you make like $200 a per leg. I should probably save that. So it stops moving. Which should be the net credit it's established at, which was actually a little higher. But if it goes down, you make a shitload of money. So it's kind of like saying, I don't think this will go above 64.75, basically. But we could close at any price to the downside. And you get, 84, 85% chance of profitability at spot with, on, $1 million in credit. And then if it does move down, you make a shitload more money. I don't see any significant problem with it. Probably a lot of slippage if the top side of it got squeezed out, but doesn't look like that's happening right now. How's it a waste? They don't know something we don't know. They make a lot more money on a downside move. For like this is also the end of day profile, right? So look at it right now. Profits increase for them at any price below 50 currently. So we test 64.40, they make $2 million. 64.25, $5 million. 6400, $16 million. Plus increases in volatility. So, which see what vol going up does to the profitability. So if the intraday contract bumps like 5% in vol, then they make 4.6 million on the 40 test, which is pretty fucking good. You probably need a bit more than a million. Well, it depends on how much risk you took on. I mean, you definitely need portfolio margin. So, like it's up 6% just from the rejection at our at the high here. It was established at market open, but they kept adding to the position as price went up after the bounce. So I'd say they added about 2,000 contracts after the bounce on each leg. Yeah, it's a big enough position to influence price action, given that volume's relatively low elsewhere on the chain. We can get pinned. This is because of all the fucking gamma at 6450. I'm sure bulls would love to squeeze out the 6470 and 75 sold calls. Mm, yeah, they're still selling puts. Although, I'm not really sure they're just near dated. But yeah, like the 45, 40, 35 puts are getting sold. Maybe a little bit at 50. Um, getting some bot puts coming in at 50. Some of the bot calls are starting to fall back a little. If we get a rejection here, we might see the rest of the in the money and both of the out of the money bot call positions start to collapse. That's why I said it's better to like confirm the downside on a loss of 50. Because yeah, if we lose 50, we can slide back into the negative gamma to the downside. Let's synth short combo add more to their position again. It looks like they added more sold calls, but the puts are relatively the same. Couple hundred contract difference. It's definitely being actively managed. Because it keeps going like up and down like a couple hundred contracts. I wouldn't say it's a retail position. I would never sell anything that big on SPX. Even out of the money. It's way above my cap for any intraday trades. Okay, well now they're up 43%, so they're actually just killing it here. Hmm. Why take profits? It looks like they're adding puts. And yeah, and now the short calls are up to 7,000, 8,000. This is mine. Should probably close these. Hmm. Oh, puts are expensive as fuck right now. Did I get on those? Hmm. I'm not missing the action. We were a spike in 90-day volatility. We could get one. Everyone's selling all the vol out there, so if we do get one, it's going to be fancy. My inability to set a stop when I'm green makes me sick. Always trying to refill the port too fast, Brett. Also, always in puts. Just some advice. If we're in a positive gamma environment and you guys are up on puts, just assume that that put is gonna end up negative over time. So it should always be a race to close them, not a marathon to keep them open. Hmm. No, did ulti tap my stop? Yep, it did. Wonder how many shares I sold. Um, 7. Wow, that fucking sucks. Really? I need to move my stop up. Move it to 81, maybe? Was it 5.8 for like 2 seconds? Yeah. Yeah, not long enough to get sold. Seems like there's a lot of sell orders there. What's your price target for Celsius? I don't know. Yeah, I know it's been killing it. It kind of just got back into its like long-term trend, so I assume more upside. I'm guessing like hmm, I don't know. I'll probably put a stop on it here. Like I was playing on the longer run. I was playing a retest here. Um, there's resistance at like 69, 98 that matters at least. Let's go to the monthly. So those will be my next 2 upside targets, but I'll probably start shedding some of my position. I'm up like almost 260%. Yeah. I don't see a good reason for getting out of it. Aside from that, you know what? Maybe I'll shave like 20% of my holdings and then I'll just keep the rest. 'Cause. I will just keep the rest. I do not have a huge position on it. It's like, 'cause. 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 ' moderate, but yeah. Hmm. Let me think about that. Monster did really well too. I bought both of those together. Monster did not do as well as Celsius, 'cause I think I bought Monster at like 40. It was like last year. If we lose 40, I'm refilling the port today. It's a good chance. I don't have a huge position in pickle jar, so as 100 to 1,000 ports. I have 7,500 shares of Celsius, I think, and I had 10,000 shares of Monster, but I cut half. So I still have all the Celsius shares, but I only have 5,000 shares left in Monster. Maybe I'll sell some covered calls on Celsius. Sell like 2,000 shares at 55 or something in case it gets rejected. Where does GS display the plus and minus environment? On the intraday data, it's here at the flips. So you have your delta flip and your gamma flip. So delta and gamma are positive up here. Delta's negative here. And then here, delta gamma is positive, and then here delta and gamma are negative. There's sold put support at 440, but if that's lost, we can tumble quite a bit. 420. And then additionally, on any other stock or stocks that don't have intraday data, you can go out here and you can look at, like whatever you want. Like if you want to go look at Apple, Apple is positive gamma on the chain. Gamma delta and gamma neutral are down here, so it's positive delta and gamma, very near gamma max. And you can also see the exposures down here and the skew adjusted exposures. Oop, there goes 40. Look at Brett. Look, Brett, you're rich. No problem, Swill. Negative gamma, negative delta. Hedges each tick which way. Well, remember below delta flip on the intraday, you're still in a positive delta environment. Like gamma neutral on the chain is down here. Delta neutral in the chain is even further down, like 63.40. So the overall chain is still positive delta gamma, but the 0 DTE contract has fallen negative. So that means any hedging done on the 0 DTE contract in a negative delta and negative gamma environment would be the MM is selling the downtick, buying the uptick, which increases realized volatility. I haven't found myself looking at DEX and trading towards DEX based on GEX, but I don't know. What I don't know is when to prioritize Vega exposure. When should one trade toward the Vega levels? Hmm. If there's a large move in volatility, or a very large move in realized volatility. What the fuck is that? Oh. Also, you're gonna end up doing a reverse stock split. That's possible. Yeah. Dude, doesn't Salty open? I think Salty opens on Thursday. Yep, I'm out of my ulti. Ooh, am I out of yield max too? Yep. Nice. I feel like those going down isn't a good sign. Hmm. Well, you don't. That, I mean, I don't know. I don't trade DEX or GEX. There's simply an indication of exposure. I think it's possible that the fundamental thesis is just incorrect. That these are somehow things that should be traded. Or at least it's like overly bias confirming. Hmm. Did you sell your Palantir? Yeah, I got it called away around like 40 something bucks, $42 or something like that. Yeah, we could continue to fall from here. There's going to be some support around 25.30 though. It's just kind of left over. Yeah, 18's the lower implied move. Although technically that's the combination of the two moves. 6410 is the lower implied move on the SPX chain. Yeah, gamma stops falling off under 30, starts to go back up. It's usually a decent pivot point. So is just the bottom of gamma 430, so we could bounce from a higher level. Mm, interesting. Hmm. Who's pumping this AI bubble? Everyone? T24, 220 test. Uh, Today? I highly probably get hung up around 27 or 26. You would need a very big, like, we'd have to, SPX would have to sell off to like 6,400. I don't think we're gonna get that so easily. Ooh, ES slipped support. Testing 6250 or 6450. That would be important. Is this news? I guess it could be. There's no, not really. I don't think there's any significant news recently. Yeah, there should be support at 20. It's gamma neutral, basically. Why the fuck didn't those close? Oh, damn it. I didn't save it. Does anybody remember what I closed those at? Are they reducing their position? A little bit, but increasing they reduced the 6405 puts, but increased the 6400 puts. And then the sold calls have continued to just come in. Buying calls all the time has finally failed me. Yeah, it didn't fail you the other 3 days where we closed flat and or lower. Today is the one. I'm sorry to hear that. It's almost like having an adaptable strategy is better. This is a little dumpy. No, we could just bounce right back to like 40 or 50 from here. We hit the bottom implied move. And tested delta or gamma neutral, which generally can trigger a bounce of some sort. Yeah, about 6,500 puts have been added at 6,400. Look like this is a good time to close this. Well, I'm gonna put a stop on it. Yes. Let's see what we bounce back to. Profiterole. Hmm. Oh, weird. I wonder if that's displaying incorrectly on the new live data. Hey, Nuke, are the implied moves fucked? Or the neutrals? We still, I guess we didn't actually test the neutral, but we came very close to it. Or at least what this is saying the neutral is. I don't know. It's not my data. Hmm. 6405. Oh, I wonder if it's the version 3. Yeah, it's the V3. Ah, god damn it. Can't leave the page. The upside gap up here at 40? Yeah, but it's kind of far out of the money. I think it'll probably be tough for bulls to regain 40, at least in the short term. Vol's up quite a bit from the low of the day. Well, considering DRS doesn't do anything, then yeah, I would assume that that's just how Fubo moves. Can we test 64.55 again? We could bounce from here. Bulls are trying. There's bot puts though at 30, so this has gotta break out above like 32. Otherwise the push to the upside's gonna collapse. Hello. Oops. What the fuck were these? These were not that. Uh, 3140. Calls were how much? 4203. Yeah. So if you're gonna retest 55. I'll put a stop on him. Puts are getting bought on the test at 30 pretty heavily. Stopped. There we go. God damn it. Thanks, Jeff. I spent a lot of time on Chat GPT making that stream card. It did not want to infringe on anyone's copyrights. Worth it. I woke up really early this morning. This sneak picked up a bug on vacation. Been vomiting out both ends for 30 hours now. I hope it skips me. Oh, Jesus. Wait, weren't you guys just, like, local? She didn't go, like, swimming in fresh water or something, did she? Yeah, but a ton of people got it. Swam in the river. Oh, fuck. Tell her to go to the doctors. You can't just swim in rivers. This isn't fucking 1700. She needs to go to a doctor, like, now. It's like a type of gastroenteritis. Sponging. She should still go to a doctor. That's what health insurance is for. Go use it. Because it may not be norovirus. It could be something else. It's probably not Vibrio. Not in freshwater. Could be cholera. Could be Giardia. Google symptoms, death. It's pretty serious. If you get sick like that after going in fresh water, definitely fucking... Yeah, go to the fucking doctor, man. Yeah, like, just because the fever broke doesn't mean it's over, especially if it's bacterial. Schistosomiasis in fucking North America? No. I don't think Naegleria fowleri has any, like, initial symptoms. It's just like once it starts eating your brain. Also, that's only in standing water. They went in a river. So probably like E. coli or Salmonella, Giardia, cholera. Who shit in the river? Dude, everyone. Everyone shit in the river. You know how many people don't own bidets? They just have shit that they've smeared around their butt. Absolute brutes. Beavers. Yeah, actually, if there are beavers in that river, beavers have nasty diseases. I think they carry Giardia. And what was it? What is it? Tularemia. Although that's really unlikely. Yeah, rabbits get it too. Francisella tolerensis. But beavers shit it into rivers and stuff in like Wisconsin, places like that all the time. Usually smaller bodies of water though. It doesn't matter. It's like probably not that. E. coli or salmonella are probably most likely. Then maybe cholera. Although again, it probably pretty rare in a river. And then I would say at the bottom of that list, like Giardia or Cryptosporidium, maybe. All of those will have the same like effects. When Cryptosporidium ICO. That's a parasite. That's not a fun one. You have to ingest poop. But you get like diarrhea, low grade fever, nausea, stomach cramps. Or just dirty river water. The real question is, why do you know so much about animal virality? I was gonna do med school. And then I didn't. But they go swimming in the East River. All rivers are filthy. This is the United States. If they're not full of like forever chemicals, they're full of shit and piss. Especially if it's other people swimming around you. And what did we all learn? Don't go on poor people vacations. I never wanted to go to Oregon State University. I've never wanted to go to Oregon. If you guys are still surprised that Gherk knows everything, you haven't been here long enough. I don't know everything. What do you guys think about Larry Fink telling WEF that no one should own homes or cars? He's right. It's better to own stocks. You ever spent $40,000 on a car and then it was worth 500% more? No. No, you haven't. Yeah, because I stole it. Cost basis 0. Take your girlfriend to the doctor, Duke. She's fine. She won't go anyway. Why not? Tell her she has Giardia. And then go to the doctor and get her some antibiotics for E. coli. There's no good disease that comes from swimming in fresh water. It's not like food poisoning. Tell her chakra's off. She asked Chat GPT too. Said probably Noro. Did she eat any, like, shellfish? It's very unlikely that it's norovirus. Unless she was eating very questionable, like, did you visit a raw bar outside of a trailer park? Yeah. Also, yeah, norovirus generally doesn't have a fever. Just violent puking and diarrhea. I would say E. coli is probably far more likely. Also, if it is Nora, you can catch that shit for like 2 weeks. You gotta clean the poopy pants in boiling hot water. Or just throw them out. I have diarrhea every day and I don't swim in rivers. You should probably eat more fiber, man. That doesn't sound healthy. One day, man, I'll be a profitable trader. I just need the market to go to 2,800 once. Norovirus is greater than peptides for losing weight. Hard to keep off, though. Yeah, no, I'm down for the US debt market to break on the back of TET deck issuance. I would buy some S&P under 1,000. And I'm a staunch believer in not buying indexes generally, or at least not to hold. Yes. I got norovirus right before boarding a 16-hour train ride in India. I had the top bunk. Ooh. I mean, I guess it's better than having the bottom bunk under somebody with norovirus. STD slot machine, we've already established that you're going to buy a house in 6 months and then the real estate market is going to crash. You can get norovirus from anything, but it's hard to get norovirus in flowing water. Hydrostatic bonds, bro. Like, given that the fix for norovirus is just washing your fucking hands, it's more likely that it's like some kind of like gram-negative bacteria and she swallowed a bunch of water. The common cold is generally a coronavirus. I guess there's also like RSV and what's the other one? Some of the para-influenza viruses. But rhinovirus is it's a coronavirus. I think it's also well, they're all classified as being like the common cold. I also think RSV is kind of checked in there too. My fingernails and pads all fell off. Ask me anything. Why are you handling radioactive material? I mean, COVID-19 was a bit different. But yeah, it had a higher lethality rate than the common cold does. But there are other coronaviruses. COVID-19 is just a coronavirus. You know, like Ebola is a filovirus, but not all filoviruses are deadly. It's crazy how that works, right? Rhinovirus isn't a coronavirus, but a coronavirus is a common cold. Or, wow, a bunch of different coronaviruses are classified as being part of the viruses that make up the common cold. We did downs. We've been doing downs today. Similar symptoms, yeah. Also, self resolving, which seems to be a big part of how they classify viruses as being a common cold. Like, the duration of symptoms is usually fairly short lived. So, you're gonna go to med school. How do you know this stuff without going? Books? Dave's come in here and tested me before. Your urologist Dave. Yeah, I just read the books. What's a book? It's pieces, lots of pieces of paper stacked together and then bound, and then people put information on those pages, and then you can use your eyes to look at that um, a common written vocabulary, translate it into meaning, and then remember it. It's like magic. We stare at the words and hallucinate. Yeah, those are banned. I had Grey's Anatomy as a child, and yeah, I read it. I didn't read it to go to sleep. That shit gets me fired up. Isn't Midol just Tylenol with caffeine in it? There's still about 12,000 puts at 6,400. 6,427 is an important level. I have a bunch of different YouTube channels I listen to fall asleep. I think you'd be happy to hear you didn't make the cut. I am. Hmm. Don't want to trade today. I think we just sit here all day. Yeah, maybe. Well, those puts, as long as they're out of the money, would decay to zero, but there's almost equivalent sold calls to the upside at 70 and 75. So I would say the effect on charm from the entirety of the position's basically nothing. I wanted to be a surgeon. No, I wanted to do cosmetic, but yeah, I figured if I just like binge drank too much and was lazy, I would do ortho. Or if I sustained any traumatic brain injuries. Also, lots of coke. Or you do that as any kind of surgeon. And they teach you how to make it into a nasal spray, which is a vastly superior form of administration. Stop reading my mind. Hey, look, you can buy 2 bedroom, 2 bath homes with 1,200 square feet for $200,000 again. Huh. Where? Where the fuck is this? This is in upstate New York. So still the Midwest, but who would want to live there? It's a climate sanctuary. Those people. Actually, there's not a lot of ticks up by the Great Lakes in northern New York. Like the populations are not nearly as bad as like Connecticut and like Wisconsin and shit. Just racists? Really? Uh, yeah, probably. But not as many as you'd think. Depends where. Like I've been to what is it? Rochester's fairly it's like a fairly woke community. Very, very supportive of multi-ethnic diversity and the LGBTQ community. Not as many as Alabama, but a lot. Okay. From racism? I feel like that could happen anywhere. I don't know if that's like something specific to that area. I'm not hooking up with any college chicks in Rochester. It's Ithaca is gorgeous. Why would you ever go to Ithaca? You want to go to Cornell? I think like all the small towns all throughout New England are Magaville, and cities are just blue. That's the whole country. Yeah. Yeah. Uneducated stick dwellers are very Republican. The people least likely to be successful in life want to vote to support billionaires. What? There's probably a really high correlation between people who propaganda works on and people who it doesn't, and the parties they vote for. With vibe trading, I may become a billionaire. I doubt it. I've only ever been to Ithaca once, and it was well, there's just a university there. That's it. It was like a coffee shop and a university. Do bulls know that they're almost at the expected move? Yeah. There's a reason this administration is trying to. They've already destroyed the Department of Education. They're not trying to do it. But yes, you're correct. Although the Department of Education's job was mostly managing student loans. And the reason they wanted to get rid of it is because they want to privatize student loan management, because then Trump can get a kickback. This is like the Republican dream for like 30 years, is privatization of social safety nets. It's good for people who are rich, like very rich. It's kind of shitty for basically everyone else. It's almost like Trump might be corrupt or something. No. No, are you kidding? Taking golden jets from people accused of war crimes is not corrupt at all. Yeah, the area is really pretty. Northern New York has like a lot of scenery. I just don't want to be in it. Don't do my boy Krasnov like that. You'd think that all the alpha males that are really into Trump would be able to sense his sigma male weakness when he's around Putin. Like if there was a live televised event of Trump just chortling Putin's balls while stroking his shaft, I wouldn't even be like shocked or surprised. I'd be like, ah, yeah, that seemed inevitable. And the MAGA people are like, oh, my tax dollars are going to the Ukraine. And they'd much prefer that those tax dollars went towards corporate bailouts. And deporting brown people. I don't know what the fuck Sigma means. They're like they derive they're nerds. That's what they are. They're probably just a bunch of incels. They're like, I don't have any social dominance traits, so I need to make up my own word to describe myself. I'm a nerdy programmer. I think that's what it means. Waifu body pillow owners. I mean, I know what sigma is in terms of standard deviations of a distribution. I don't know what haha. Sigmas are the alphas of the alphas. Alphas are the alphas of the betas. Betas are the alphas of the waifu body pillows. I'm gonna start a. Hey, do any of you guys want to spend $12,000 for 1 week of stock alpha male boot camp? Because I'll start one. Yes. Already pre-registered. Sigma is slang for cool, independent, successful man. Something that the people who refer to themselves as Sigma are not. Yeah, ladies can do it too. I thought the Sigma male grind set was just guys that glorified not spending any unnecessary money. I have no idea. But we used to just call those people cheap. It's just Fight Club, but we fight in the kitchen. We fight with our words. I prefer frugal, whatever. What are those people that live in, the fire community? What a fucking miserable existence. It's like, I make $120,000 a year, but I want to enjoy the worst years of my fucking life while ruining the best years of it. What a stupid, stupid bunch of fucks. Where's Bipolar Bear so I can shit on fire people? Fire community, not fire festival. Those are different. It stands for financial independence, retire early. Gross. Just work until you die, spend all your money every week. Coast fire is my goal. Oh, because if there's a wildfire on the coast, you can buy land there. I already live on the coast and own land. Is it like way north? Which coast? I know you're in Canada, so it can't be that great. Okay, Vancouver's alright. Oh my god, are you Bruce? Mm. Is he your neighbor? Oh. I thought he lived on Vancouver. God, people were listening to somebody who committed securities fraud and then retired to central British Columbia. I wonder how that went. I guess he wasn't that bad. He was just getting people to like buy banks. That was like his whole thing. Definitely not as dramatic as Trade's getting hooked on methamphetamine, becoming a truck driver, and then popping his cherry in a truck stop bathroom in order to buy a new GoPro. Or I don't know what happened, really. That's probably more interesting than what actually happened. Not that successful at fraud if you end up in British Columbia. Yeah, right? I mean, I guess he's not in jail. Although, I'm not sure Canada keeps people who commit fraud in jail for very long. Matt Kors ran out of money. That was bound to happen. Why is your gamma neutral weekly higher than mine? Don't worry about it. Did you read the disclaimer at the bottom of the screen? Oh, wait, where did it go? Hold on. Did I lose it? Hmm. Son of a bitch. Yeah. Oh, bullcock. God damn it. I don't know what I did with it. Disclaimer, it's Dork's fault. I think they're just struggling with liquidity. Also, the Japanese bond market's just been awful, and those spikes probably correlate to auctions. Why are you using moving averages on it? I mean, look at VVIX VIX. Thanks, Death, for my birthday. I'll consider it. Oh. Oh, I put the crypto ETPs on the ad list for you. You know, I'm not gonna lie. When I go into the Gamma Strike discords, and you guys are talking about using fucking agentic GPT to fuck with our code base, it makes me like, I know you're joking, but it makes me upset. Implied downside breached. We're finished. You know the SPX implied move was 62 points, right? Also, there's still a massive fucking pile of puts out of the money at 6405 and 6400 that are literally larger than anything else on the chain. And we lost the 62 or 6427 level on the monthly, which was an important technical level. So yeah, we could keep going down. That's how increasing vol works. Suddenly, the MM just didn't price things properly. There's a bit of support on futures at 6431, which we're kind of getting close to. Yeah, the short combo guy wants his puts to print. He's already up so much. He's up $4 million already. I will say, if he closes this shit when it goes in the money, we're gonna fucking rip to the upside. Why didn't we ghost him? You didn't. I would assume because of your inability to sell naked calls. Or at least inability to sell 20,000 naked calls. Well, if he's you, Thunder, then you've made 20 years' salary at your current job and you can quit. So, on your way out the door, I need you to pick me up 11 steel case chairs, saddle brown leather, headrest. Nice. I sent you a DM of a picture that represents how I feel. Like SPX puts. Feel about I saw the photo. I didn't know it. Did you want me to do something with it? I laughed. I'm in love with them. Looks like you're trying to shake their hand. That's good enough with me. All right. It's going all right, Chungus. How you doing, man? Not back to 50 yet, but we're getting there. Probably get a bounce. Uh, what day is today? It's the 19th. Hmm. I actually don't think a reversal here looks great. Um, 6416 test. What was the SPX implied move again? It was like 6408. Hmm. Still have that gap back at 40, right? Getting over 25 here would be a little bit bullish. I've got some short puts coming in. Bot puts at 20. Quite a lot of bot puts at 20, by the way. Sold puts at 25, sold calls at 30. So maybe like 30, 35 upside resistance. Do you have to pay for ChatGPT to make? I don't pay for it. I get like you can. It'll just make you funny images. Maybe it gets faster if you pay them, but yeah, you only get a few. $70, $95. Yeah, it doesn't seem bad. If, especially if you could like capture the drop in dispersion here and the uptick in dispersion next week. There's a lot of some 25 bot calls coming in, some 35 bot calls. The 20 puts being bought a little bit. And there's still 12,000 calls at 6,400 that are bought. But the 6405's trimmed down to like 2,700 contracts. Also, Bulls sold a decent amount of puts at 05, 10, and 15. See if this little pullback shakes off some of the 20 puts. This ball looking up. It's going to be a hard bottom to recover off of, especially below the implied move. No, I didn't buy GME calls for earnings. I expected implied volatility on GME to go up, and it did. What the fuck? Are you making a comic out of options degen in a fallout shelter? Ooh. 6410 test looking kind of spicy here. Uh, All right. We get a higher low here. Might start pushing into like a bear flag. Uh, let's go test 15, I guess. Just a little higher. Hmm. Ooh, and Vol's higher than it was at our last low. Hmm. Mm, huh. We have another low test, maybe? Is that a double bottom? No, still a little higher. I'm trying to. This is a upside trend test here. If it breaks up, then the next test is like at 28. Breaks up above that, fill the gap at 40. But yeah, there's a trend here across this high. And then there's a larger trend out here off of this and this peak. We could go to 6,400 if we get a new low. Volatility is still very sensitive and definitely skewed a bit to the downside. There's a 15 test. New low. Breakout failed twice. Sell off to 10. Nice. That's the SPX expected move, I think. Or no, it's 6408. Yeah, I mean, they've already sold some puts down here, but you still have the big fucking synthetic position, which is now up 562%. Now, if the rest of that closes out, yeah, we could definitely bounce. But right now, that's like a big pile of delta down here at 6,400. Look at the Vega exposure on that contract. Please let us know before you close it. It's not mine. About another 1,000 puts came in. About 1,000 puts at 6420. Like the Austin Powers, it's not mine, I swear scene. It's really not. I went with the ratio spread instead. It seemed better. Microsoft shit in the bed a little bit today. Ooh, I'm gonna short Tesla if it breaks under 63 or 330. Hmm. Just shorted under 335. $20? Hmm. Oh, you bitch, you deleted all my candles again. Fuck. Meta looking at downsizing AI division overall. New York Times. Excellent. What is wrong with you? We hit the downside expected move to 64.808. Time to pump. Yeah, we're making a pump off this. We got a pump off the first one at 18. It just failed. I guess it really depends on if that short combo starts taking profits. But bulls are buying the 15 call, 05, 6400. They're selling the 05 and the 10 put. There's a big old synthetic short at 6420 though, which is going to be probably fairly impressive resistance. Yeah, why not?
When you guys do the market, this looks bearish as fuck. Eh, not anymore. You might have missed that part of the day. It's starting to look more bullish. A little bit. Although bulls need to get above 20 for for them to do anything significant on the upside move. Gotta break through that synthetic short. Nice J-Pow's body pillow. The Pickle Jar Chronicles may play out this morning if it rallies. We do have minutes tomorrow. Bulls aren't going to want to be positioned down here for them. They may not have much of a choice, but it's definitely not ideal. Yeah, the short combos. I mean, there's like, not all of it's open, but there's still about 12,000, 6,400 puts. And then the sold calls to the upside at 70 and 75 are at 11, 21,000 between both strikes, 22,000. They'll probably start closing it because they have 500% returns. Actually, that was probably higher a few minutes ago. Because into the end of the day, their returns shrink. So they don't want that. That would suck. Unless we lose 6,400, in which case they make a fuck ton of money. But they're probably going to be pretty flighty with the position at this point. Why bulls wouldn't want to be positioned down here? Because it's closer to gamma neutral, and there's less positive gamma on the chain to support their positioning. Also, less positive gamma on the chain to support any kind of sell-off. So if they have to close positions on bad data from here, they can get blown up. The slippage is rough. It's much easier to close positions when you have a lot of positive gamma in the money. And market maker gamma exposure is high because the market maker will act as the dip buyer on your behalf. I have 3,600% returns on my TQQQ position. Although it's not $1 million. What? Yeah, from Vibe Trading in the Pigeon Wheel channels. I love how GPT spit you out a completely different file type for that. Vibe Trading go burr. If you know, you know. I needed somewhere to post intraday trades. I don't know. Slipping gamma neutral probably wouldn't be a positive. It doesn't seem like they're shaking off the 6,400 puts very successfully. RSP is green as fuck. Yeah, a lot of tech sell off. NQ's down like 132 points today. The gamma ramp looks nasty as fuck. If this gets above 6,420, bulls are gonna squeeze the fuck out of the shorts. Also, 63.5 is a major level on NQ. So be careful. Just be careful. Expectations for more downside at this point statistically should be pretty slim. Not saying it won't happen, just very unlikely. Tesla touching 330. Nah, no. I want to point something out about the vibe trading channel. You guys aren't fucking. You guys aren't giving me any alpha. No way am I actually going to make bets on my sentiment. I just like to say bearish things because the state of America depresses me, and I like to share that feeling. I hear you. I like to say bearish things because they're true, but I still buy calls because the market goes up. Nope, another test at 408. Let's just slide down to 6,400 and get this over with. Is there anything particular about positioning that made you call our attention to the implied move on the SPX chain, since it often doesn't come into play? It does, intraday. I mean, remember when I give you guys the implied move on Pickles Picks? I'm taking SPXW plus SPX, I'm dividing it. Generally, things are like front weighted, and the spread on the SPXW chain is like more significant. And so by doing this, you get like a fairly good balance. That's why it tends to be a little bit more accurate. But so shortly following an expiration, like we had on Friday, the SPX chain is going to have a lot more weight as things reposition on SPXW. And so the move here, which was 62 points versus like 33, I think, is more significant. Whee! Getting close. No, we're at the bottom of a massive pile of gamma. We might bounce. That'd be cool. But bears might just win. We're getting fucking steamrolled right now. Mr. Monopoly, welcome to Cornishon.
Cornishon. Cornishon.
Tail on the synthetic logs, I must send the money. Do. Wait, this has somehow exceeded its max profit. Why does this have a max profit on this? It's just downside exposure. There's no max profit. Yeah, see, above 25, they have to start closing. But down here, I don't really have to do much. Sold puts coming in below 6,400. Hmm. How's the TQQQ indicator? Ooh, Tesla's at 29 now. This is fantastic. I have no idea. I haven't looked at it for a couple of days. I could load it up. Ooh, it's doing a thing. It's definitely doing a thing. Hasn't crossed over yet, though. Ooh, do they close now? They have to close, right? Hmm. Pickle jar about pets at the bottom. Rip incoming. That was Levitt talking? Is it fucking go time?
Maintain the momentum and work toward a lasting peace. Across the board, every leader credited President Trump for his decisive leadership that has reignited the dialogue in hopes of finally bringing this war to a peaceful conclusion. Two quotes in particular capture the progress that was made and the optimism moving forward. Finnish President Alexander Stubb said, "I think in the past 2 weeks, we've probably had more progress in ending this war than we have had in the past 3.5 years. Again, that is the president of Finland, a country that shares a border with Russia. That's what we call the President Trump effect. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte also summed it up well. Without President Trump, this deadlock with
The
Putin
cross
would
is
not have
back,
been
yeah.
broken. He is the only one who could do this." Following the encouraging conversations yesterday, President Trump spoke with President Putin by phone, and he agreed to begin the next phase of the peace process, a meeting between President Putin and President Zelensky, which would be followed, if necessary, by a trilateral meeting between President Putin, President Zelensky, and President Trump. As the president said, Vice President Vance, Secretary
There's a lot of
Rubio,
puts
and
getting
Special
sold down
Envoy
here.
Witkoff will continue to coordinate with Russia and Ukraine to make this happen as soon as possible. It's very important to remember that before President Trump's
Big
landslide
profit
victory
taking on the
last November,
6400,
there was no
I
end in
think.
sight to this bloodshed. Now there may finally be
But
light
did that
at
order
the end
get
of the
canceled?
tunnel
What
and
the
an
fuck just
opportunity
happened?
for lasting peace. That's because President Trump is the peace president, and American leadership is back on the world stage. It should not be lost on anyone in this room that world leaders are coming right here to Washington, D.C. for help. While previous presidents have traveled halfway around the world to apologize for America, President Trump stands up for America, and he has firmly restored America's status as the undisputed leader of the free world. However, one thing that has absolutely not changed is the media's negative and downright false coverage of President Trump and his foreign policy accomplishments. From the beginning of this entire process, much of the left-wing media has been actively rooting against the President of the United States in the pursuit of peace. Initially, the media ridiculously claimed that President Trump was somehow beholden to Russia for even agreeing to have a face-to-face discussion with President Putin inside of the United States. The media said President Trump was making a grave mistake by, quote, legitimizing Putin. They were aghast that President Trump would treat another world leader like a world leader. The media relentlessly attacked President Trump and claimed he suffered a, quote, major defeat for not immediately emerging with a final agreement, even though he said heading into that meeting, this was a meeting to listen and to understand how to move the ball forward. All weekend following those historic U.S.-Russia bilateral talks, we listened to clueless pundits on television.
When you're
trying
this
but failing
defensive,
to claim
everyone
that the
thinks you're
president
guilty.
had failed. The so-called experts in the foreign policy establishment, whose record is nothing but endless wars, trillions of wasted taxpayer dollars, and dead Americans, have the nerve to try and lecture President Trump, who has solved 7 global conflicts in 7 months, about peace. This is the same president, by the way, who brokered the Abraham Accords in his first term, on top of more than half a dozen other peace deals this year.
I'll be right back.
I just said. We also saw yesterday the president of Ukraine and all of the other major leaders of Europe fly across the Atlantic Ocean to meet President Trump at the White House because of the progress that was made, and that, if you ask the media, failed meeting, but it was not. It was highly productive and it was successful. This is why Americans' trust in the mass media is at a lowest point in more than 5 decades. Diplomacy is a delicate process, and instead of reporting the facts about what is happening here at this White House and what is happening between this president and other leaders around the world, many outlets in this room continue to try to actively undermine the president and sabotage the efforts towards peace. That is why I felt the need to set the record straight. In other news, on the home front, President Trump's efforts to make D.C. safe again are working. There have been a total of 465 arrests since the start of this operation on Thursday, August 7th. Last night, there were a total of 52 arrests, including the arrest of an illegal alien MS-13 gang member with convictions for DWI and drug possession. Thanks to President Trump's leadership and the outstanding work of both federal and local law enforcement, dangerous gang members like the one picked up last night will not be allowed on the streets of our nation's capital. Other arrests last night included assault with a deadly weapon for stabbing, parole violation for robbery, murder, outstanding warrant for attempted murder, assault on federal law enforcement officer, and felony assault. 4 more homeless encampments were also removed during yesterday's reporting period. To date, a total of 48 homeless encampments have been cleared in Washington, D.C. by multi-agency teams. MPD patrol units are actively working with city officials to locate and clear additional encampments and remove homeless residents off of Washington's streets. And despite fake narratives from the media, again, a significant number of the arrests have been in high-crime areas of D.C. In fact, nearly half of all of the non-illegal alien-related arrests have occurred in Wards 7 and 8, the 2 wards that have the highest number of violent crime, as well as homicides and assaults with dangerous weapons last year. So while Democrats continue to coddle violent criminals, President Trump and this administration are focused on putting them behind bars and unapologetically standing up for the safety of law-abiding American citizens, and the White House will continue to provide all of you with the results of this operation in the days ahead. So with that, I will take your questions today. Here in our new media seat today, we have Jack Posobiec, who joined us in Anchorage, Alaska last week. Jack, thanks for being here. Why don't you kick us off?
Caroline, thanks so much. So a couple of questions regarding the status of these peace talks. Obviously, we saw the President and President Putin there in Anchorage. We saw the world leaders here yesterday with this summit. We've heard phrases like coalition of the willing. We've also heard Article 5-like guarantees. When it comes to the security guarantees, what is the current status of that? I know the President earlier today mentioned boots on the ground would be UK, France, Germany possibly, but unequivocally said no U.S. troops on the ground. but U.S. coordination. Can you elaborate on that, and what would the red lines be?
Sure. Well, you got to the heart of what I was going to say to all of you today on security guarantees, which is the president has definitively stated U.S. boots will not be on the ground in Ukraine, but we can certainly help in the coordination and perhaps provide other means of security guarantees to our European allies. The president understands security guarantees are crucially important to ensure a lasting peace, and he has directed his national security team to coordinate with our friends in Europe and also to continue to cooperate and discuss these matters with Ukraine and Russia as well.
Caroline, now, have the Russians responded at all? I know we spoke with President Putin last night. What has been their response? Because we've heard some reports from the Kremlin and others saying they're unequivocally against NATO troops on the ground.
Well, look, the president continues to have these conversations with both leaders. Those conversations took place in Anchorage, Alaska, again yesterday with the Europeans and President Zelensky, and he has directed his team to come up with a framework for these security guarantees that can be acceptable to help ensure a lasting peace and end this war.
And then just last question real quick on this. Regarding some of the funding, we're hearing questions about another round of weapon sales or possibly a round of U.S. purchases of Ukrainian drones. Will that money be funded by the U.S. taxpayers? Are we finally going to see an end to the U.S. taxpayer-funded, seemingly endless mandate for these foreign wars?
Well, the president is very sensitive to the needs of the American taxpayer, and immediately upon entering office back in January, he made it very clear that we're not going to continue writing blank checks to fund a war very far away, which is why he came up with the very creative solution to have NATO purchase American weaponry because it is the best in the world, and then to backfill the needs of the Ukrainian army and the Ukrainian people and their military. So that's the solution the president has came up with. We'll continue to see that forward. As for any additional sales, I'll have to defer you to the Department of Defense.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Jack. Kelly.
What has President Trump learned that tells him that Vladimir Putin would be willing to make a deal for him, for President Trump?
Well, the president has learned a lot, which is part of the reason he opened up this dialogue. The previous administration, who oversaw the beginning of this war, refused to talk. And President Trump has always said, in order to learn, in order to move the ball forward with diplomacy and towards peace, you have to have open dialogue. And so that's why the president has had several conversations by phone and, of course, an in-person meeting last Friday with President Putin. He also has talked to President Zelensky dozens of times, had him here at the White House yesterday, and he's understanding what both sides want, what both sides are going to have to give up. And he has always said, in order to get a good deal, both sides are going to have to walk away a little bit unhappy. So he continues to learn a lot throughout these conversations, which is why we've seen progress from both sides. And I would also just add, when it comes to learning and moving the ball forward, look at how both Russia and Ukraine have actually talked directly for the first time in many years, thanks to the efforts of this president and this administration.
Specifically for President Trump, though, what do you think Putin's motivation is to try to do something for President Trump, as opposed to just resolving the conflict?
I think, as I just spoke to in my opening remarks, Kelly, Russia and all countries around this world actually respect the United States again, and the president is using the might of American strength to demand that respect from our allies, our friends, our adversaries all around the world. And we've seen that not just lead to progress with Russia and Ukraine, but also we've seen it in the closing of 7 global conflicts around the world as well. We've seen it with the release of hostages in Gaza. You've seen it with the end of the conflict between India and Pakistan, which could have resulted in a nuclear war if we had not had a president who believed in the strength and the leverage that comes with the job of being the president of the United States of America. Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. Heading into Alaska, a lot of the focus in the talk was on this trilateral meeting between these 3 leaders. Can you explain how this went from a trilateral meeting involving President Trump to now the focus being on this bilateral meeting without the president first?
Well, look, the president has spoken to both leaders about this, and both leaders have expressed a willingness to sit down with each other. And so our national security team will help both countries do that. Ultimately, the president has always said that there are areas of disagreement in this war that will have to be discussed and decided upon by these 2 countries. And so he wants these 2 countries to engage in direct diplomacy. He's said that from the very beginning, which is why he's agreeable to the idea of having President Zelensky and President Putin get together. And I understand accommodations for that meeting are underway. As soon as we hear more details, we'll be sure to let all of you know.
And just a quick follow-up. We know as of right now there is no ceasefire in place. We've seen Russia continue its attacks on Ukraine. What indications is the president getting from Putin that he wants to have this meeting with Zelensky soon?
Because he spoke to him directly yesterday.
And he expressed that
Haley,
sooner rather than later.
He spoke to that directly yesterday, and the president put that in his statement that he gave to all of you, the news media, knowing you'd be asking following that conversation in the effort of transparency. Haley.
Hey, thanks, Caroline. You made clear no U.S. boots on the ground. Is the president considering U.S. boots in the air as a form of a security guarantee?
Look, that was something the president mentioned on his interview this morning. It is an option and a possibility. I won't certainly rule out anything as far as military options that the president has at his disposal. I'll let him do that. I can tell you he's definitively ruled out boots on the ground. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. Just about the possible venue for the talks. Can you confirm that Putin suggested Moscow as a venue for the bilateral talks? And if so, doesn't that indicate that Putin is perhaps not serious about this, that he's suggesting a venue that there's no way that Zelensky is going to go to?
Look, I'm not going to litigate the private conversations between the president and President Putin, aside from what the president himself has already spoken on. But I can tell you there are many options that are being discussed by our national security team right now with both parties.
Can you give us an indication of where?
I just told you we'll provide you details as soon as we can. Thank you for trying, though. Libby.
Thank you, Caroline. I wanted to ask about the National Guard troops. How is the White House coordinating with how they're being placed in D.C., what areas? And then also, how long should people here in the district anticipate the National Guard to be on the ground patrolling the streets?
I don't have a timeline for you, Libby, but we will keep you posted on that. I think the president, as you know, and this administration, he came to this briefing room with members of his cabinet to lay out the rationale and the reasoning for federalizing the National Guard here in Washington, D.C., and for our work with the Metropolitan Police Department to make our district safer. We've seen violent crime has taken the lives of far too many residents here in our nation's capital, and the president wants to make it safe again. And as for the coordination efforts, this interagency team is meeting and talking daily. In fact, there's a meeting taking place right now in the West Wing with members of the interagency task force to continue to discuss not just the National Guard deployment, but also how we can continue to remove public safety threats off of the streets of Washington, which, as the numbers I just showed you prove, they are doing every single night. I will just reiterate, 465 total arrests and counting since the start of this operation. I believe 11 or 12 days ago, I'll have to check the calendar, but those are pretty remarkable results. If not for this task force and their high level of coordination and the leadership of this president, there would have been 465 more violent criminals on the streets of this capital that you all live in every day. So I think we should all be very grateful for that. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. Three questions about the D.C. crackdown.
Sure.
First, I was wondering if you could clarify something President Trump said. He mentioned getting rid of the slums where criminals live. Was he talking about tents or permanent residential buildings? And then the mayor has expressed an interest in clarifying how much of a focus illegal immigration enforcement is as part of this crackdown. Can you say anything about that?
Sure.
And third, any preview on the beautification?
3 questions. I'll try to answer all 3 of them pointedly for you. First, when it comes to what you said, and the president said, the slums of Washington, D.C., he's referring to the most dangerous communities, neighborhoods, and streets in the city where, unfortunately, violence has ravaged these communities and taken the lives of, again, far too many law-abiding D.C. residents. We know on July 5th of this year, just more than a month ago, a 3-year-old beautiful young girl was shot and killed in her car with her family in one of these communities, which is why there has been a surge, despite what many of you have been falsely reporting. And I believe it was the Washington Post who put out a map claiming it to be fact-based when it was just based on, I don't know, accounts that they've heard on the street, not actual statistics and data. So we went and reconfigured the numbers, and as I said, nearly half of all the non-illegal alien-related arrests have occurred in wards 7 and 8 in the District of Columbia, where we know, excuse me, there's the highest rate of crime. So we'll continue to do that. And what was your second question, Stephen?
Legal immigration, how much of a focus that is?
Yeah, look, I mean, the focus is to make D.C. safe and beautiful and to remove public safety threats and violent criminals from our streets. If federal law enforcement, with the help of the Metropolitan Police Department, come across illegal aliens, of course, we are going to abide by this administration's policy of law and order, and we are going to remove illegal criminals from our nation's capital. They will be detained and deported, just like they are in every other community across the country. Kristen.
First question is, whose idea was it to change the next steps from a trilateral to a bilateral meeting?
It was an idea that evolved in the course of the president's conversations with both President Putin, President Zelensky, and the European leaders yesterday. And as you saw, Kristen, with all of those European leaders leaving the White House, including the NATO Secretary General, they all agree that this is a great first step. And it's a good thing that these two leaders are going to be sitting down together, and the president expects that to happen.
And how long is Trump willing to wait and operate in good faith for Putin to actually arrange a meeting before he intervenes?
Look, the president has put tremendous public pressure to bring this war to a close. He's taken actions, as you've seen, sanctions on India and other actions as well. He's made himself very clear that he wants to see this war end, and he has scoffed at the ideas of others that have been raised that we should wait another month before any meeting takes place. The president wants to move, and he wants to bring this war to an end as quickly as possible.
Just a clarification on something you said earlier about Putin agreeing to the meeting. The Kremlin seemed to indicate that Putin did not firmly agree to a bilateral. Did he agree to have a sit down with just Zelensky on the phone?
I can assure you that the United States government and the Trump administration is working with both Russia and Ukraine to make that bilateral happen as we speak. Sean.
Hey, if the point is to get everybody on the same page, why wouldn't Trump just take the call from Putin while the other leaders were in the room? He said it would be disrespectful to do that. But why is it disrespectful?
With all due respect, only a reporter from the New York Times would ask a question like that, Sean. The president met with all of these European leaders at the White House 48 hours after sitting down with President Putin on American soil. In fact, there was so much progress in the readout that was given to these European leaders immediately following his meeting with President Putin that every single one of them got on a plane 48 hours later and flew to the United States of America. And if I could just read for all of you some of the statements from those European leaders yesterday, you had President Zelensky himself saying it was a very good conversation. It was really good. We spoke about very sensitive points. The Secretary General, Mark Rutte, it was the president, only because of the president, that this deadlock was broken, but with President Putin by starting a dialogue. So these leaders, who this war is in their backyard, are very grateful that the president took that call and that he was there to provide them with a readout of Russia's thinking on this, something that was not done by the previous administration at all. Catherine.
Thank you. Is the White House looking at Budapest as a possible location?
I'm not going to confirm or deny locations. We'll provide you with details as soon as we can.
Just following up on Kristen's question, I understand that the White House is working and allies are working to make this meeting happen, but did Putin promise to do a meeting with Zelensky, a direct meeting, in the coming weeks?
He has, and I just answered that question for you. Franco.
Thanks. I just want to clarify. So you are saying that President Trump is considering U.S. pilots and U.S. aircraft potentially supporting European or Ukrainian forces?
The president spoke to that himself this morning when he called into Fox and Friends, and I would defer you to his answer. You can read it directly yourself.
In addition, can I ask, no boots on the ground, Steve Witkoff's talking about Article 5-like security guarantees. Can you talk about what other Article 5-like security guarantees that are being considered if it's not boots on the ground?
These are very sensitive diplomatic discussions that are currently taking place literally as we speak. So I will leave it to the national security team, and I'll leave it to the president to have those private discussions with these leaders as we try to bring this war to an end.
And can I ask one
Mary
more?
Margaret, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Two questions, if that's okay. So on these meetings, I know you said that the trilateral will take place if necessary. Do you think that we might not need the trilateral and that Zelensky and Putin might come to this conclusion on their own? And then as a follow-up, I know the president said on Fox News this morning that he's partially seeking peace in order to get to heaven. Was he joking, or is there spiritual motivation behind his peace deals here?
I think the president was serious. I think the president wants to get to heaven, as I hope we all do in this room as well. Annie.
Thanks, Caroline. I'm just shifting gears to the Department of Justice for a minute. Can you walk us through why another deputy FBI director was named? Does Trump have any displeasure with how the FBI has been being run to date? And then I have a question about the antitrust.
No, Andrew Bailey is extremely qualified. As you know, he's been serving with honor as the Attorney General of Missouri, and he's been brought on as another set of very credible and experienced hands to work alongside the current Deputy Director, Dan Bongino, under the leadership of the Director, Kash Patel, and the Attorney General, Pam Bondi. And the FBI has been doing a tremendous job. We've seen their agents out on the streets as part of this interagency task force here in Washington. But the crime that they've been stopping here in Washington, they've been doing this for 7 months all across the country. In fact, there's been 19,000 arrests by the FBI nationwide. That's more than double last year in the same time period. Of those, 1,600 arrests were for violent crimes against children. 4,000 child victims have been rescued by this FBI under this current leadership. 1,000 arrests from investigations of foreign terrorist organizations. There's been 1,500 kilos of fentanyl seized. 6,300 kilos of meth have been seized. And 3 of the top 10 most wanted have been arrested so far. Not a single one of the individuals on the top 10 most wanted list were arrested under the previous administration. We've arrested 3 in 7 months. So when you're actually working and enforcing law and order, you need all hands on deck. And so we look forward to welcoming Andrew Bailey to this new post. Jackie.
I have a quick question about Roger Alfred, who's a former DOJ official. He gave a speech in Aspen yesterday where he said that senior DOJ aides are cutting deals with favored lobbyists. I'm wondering if the president has any concerns at all with the way the antitrust division is working.
I have no idea who that individual is. I don't know why he made those comments. I don't know what basis he's making those comments on. My instinct tells me it's not true, but we will definitely look into them and I'll get you a response.
Thank you, Caroline.
Jackie.
Thanks, Caroline. Since the president often says that this war would not have started if he were in office, and
True.
and Putin confirmed that.
It's true. Do you accept that as true? The
Probably.
European leaders do.
Well,
and President Putin himself said that, by the way.
He did say that. The question I have, though, is what is the president going to do to ensure that these security guarantees last beyond him into the time when he is no longer president? And does that have to involve Congress at all?
Well, he understands the need for that, which he spoke to yesterday. And what's he going to do? It's why he's engaging in so many talks and so many conversations with both sides of this war with our European allies. It's why on the way home from Anchorage, Alaska, very late at night, when I know many of you on the press plane were sleeping and many staff were sleeping, the president himself was still awake at 2 o'clock in the morning talking to European leaders and NATO about how we can ensure a lasting peace and bring this conflict to an end. He has expended an incredible amount of time, energy, and effort into bringing this war to an end, and he remains determined to do that.
Also, can
Go
I ask
ahead.
you about the
Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline.
DC crime?
Sure, Jake, and then to your right.
All right. Thank you, Caroline. Which of the half dozen peace deals that the president's pulled off would you say he's the most proud of? And then I have another question.
That's a good question, Jake. I'll leave that to the president to answer. I think he's proud of all of the peace deals that he's been able to achieve. You saw the president of Armenia and the head of Azerbaijan both at the White House just a couple of weeks ago. The president, I know, very much enjoyed spending time with them and helping to bring that conflict to an end. He very much enjoyed his time with leaders of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo in the Oval Office, talking to them about bringing that decades-long war to an end. India and Pakistan. He used trade in a very powerful way as leverage to bring that conflict to an end. So I know he's very proud of all of these achievements, and I know he's very honored to serve as the President of the United States and to restore peace around this world. Go ahead.
So you mentioned Armenia and Azerbaijan. That's a conflict that, I spent time in the Southern Caucasus covering that. And, a conflict of over 30 years, and he resolved it in just a couple of months.
Mm-hmm.
Are there other conflicts that the president's working on right now that are off the radar screen that we should be tracking?
In fact, there are many. The State Department is always working around the clock under the leadership of Secretary Rubio and keeping the president apprised of conflicts that are bubbling up all over the world. But of course, as you all know, as we've talked a lot about in this briefing, he's spending a lot of time right now on ending this war in Russia-Ukraine, and of course the conflict in Israel and Gaza, which he wants to see come to a close as well. Sure, go ahead.
So the president says that he's starting a movement to eliminate mail-in voting, but state states administer elections, not federal authorities. So can you provide any more details about how the White House plans to eliminate that?
The White House continues to work on this, and when Congress comes back to Washington, I'm sure there will be many discussions with our friends on Capitol Hill and also our friends in state legislatures across the country to ensure that we're protecting the integrity of the vote for the American people. And I think Republicans generally, and the president generally, wants to make it easier for Americans to vote and harder for people to cheat in our elections. And it's quite mind-boggling that the Democrat Party could stand in opposition to common sense. He wants to ensure election integrity. There were great efforts that were made in 2024. I won't get ahead of myself for Hatch Act reasons to get ahead for the next election, but I can assure you this is a priority for the president. Go ahead.
If I could just follow up on your comments about Gaza.
Sure.
There was a ceasefire proposal put forward by both Qatar and Egypt. Hamas accepted it on Monday. Israel has yet to officially weigh in. I'm wondering if the U.S. was at all involved in it, if it's supportive of it, and whether or not the president believes Israel should accept it.
I don't think it's a coincidence that Hamas accepted this proposal after the President of the United States posted a very strong statement about this conflict on Truth Social yesterday. I would refer you back to that statement. As for this proposal that Hamas has now accepted, the United States continues to discuss it, and I'll let the President weigh in on it definitively. You're welcome. Sure.
Caroline, can you describe the president's perspective on taking a stake in Intel in exchange for federal grants? And is this are we expecting to see the White House make similar arrangements with other semiconductor companies and manufacturing companies?
Well, the president, he's been very clear about the need to reshore manufacturing. That's critical to our national and economic security. That is especially in regards to chips and semiconductors, which is why the president has initiated the Commerce Department to conduct a study on semiconductors, a Section 232 investigation, so we can ultimately implement tariffs. And it's why our export license requirements remain in place as well. As for this 10% government stake deal, the Department of Commerce continues to work on it. I know Secretary Lutnick is working on it and ironing out the details, but the president wants to put America's needs first, both from a national security and economic perspective. And it's a creative idea that has never been done before to ensure that we're both reshoring these critical supply chains while also gaining something of it for the American taxpayer. You're welcome. Emily.
Thanks, Caroline. I wanted to ask about the 3 U.S. warships that are being sent to Venezuela, and there's 4,000 Marines on board. Are you looking at possibility of boots on the ground there?
What I will say with respect to Venezuela, President Trump has been very clear and consistent. He's prepared to use every element of American power to stop drugs from flooding into our country and to bring those responsible to justice. The Maduro regime is not the legitimate government of Venezuela. It is a narco-terror cartel. In Maduro, it is the view of this administration, is not a legitimate president. He is a fugitive head of this cartel who has been indicted in the United States for trafficking drugs into the country. And with that, I will leave you all, and we will see you later, if not tomorrow. And I look forward to taking more of your questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. Thank you.
All right, I'm back. I went to go make food. Who puts your solder up? Just a little bit. They closed about 2,000 contracts on the 6,400 strike. And almost all of the 6,405s. There's only 1,500 left. But the synthetic short at 20 is still holding up. So bulls need to push up through 15 and 20, get through the bot puts, and then maybe they can drive a larger upside move. We need some bad data for that. Yeah. Anybody short Upstart earnings? Upstart's still a thing? Yeah, it's just the better GME. You don't short before the earnings, you short after. Silly. Yeah, their funding's getting was getting a bit thin, so dilution's gonna make them slightly worse in terms of volatility, though. Maybe I need to go find another GME amalgam. I feel like Costco's price is probably just tied to employment or the unemployment rate. I think you might not have been around for the Netflix short. Boy, do I have news for you. What? No, just like a month ago. The Netflix short right before the mega bounce. Oh, listen. Just because you refuse to acknowledge that you perfectly well know how to close an option does not make you going from profitable to negative on Netflix my fault. Illegal? It's not illegal. Guys, what if the SPX never goes up again? Have you ever thought about that? Yeah, iron condors. That is the solution. But it's got to happen one day. Greg's making us bearish to buy the bottom again. I have, Cornub. That's going to be your job, though. You're going to have to market Gamma Strike to the Indian options market. They're Indian options? Yeah. They're highly corrupt. I warned you, Johnny. Oh, right. Well, wish me luck. I will. I'll sell some more puts if we test 6,400. Cheering for the 6,420 meme close. You remember when I said, what if this never goes up again? And then you were like, my 6415 C's wouldn't like that. And I was like, well. No, I don't think Carvana has Indian or Thai options. The good news is Tesla looks like it has dumps like a truck. I want it to go below 326.85. I'll take 5 American Chinese Carvana options. That's ridiculous. You could have been this guy this morning. You could have taken all of your money and just copy traded whatever institution traded this and made $4 million. Gamma Strike doesn't currently sell options. Yeah, sure, Willie, but it's going to cost extra. How much margin is that? I mean, none unless you lose. I'm going to Costco get the 12-pack of options. Gamma Strike brokerage service win? Are you trying to kill Nuke? Do you want Nuke to die? What? That's not nice. His girlfriend has cholera. He owes me money. Oh, alright. That's between you guys. I'm sure he went to the doctor. If you go to Costco at the right time of the day, there's little old ladies at the ends of the aisles serving bite-sized option samplers You can make lunch out of those things. True. Yeah, and there's no limit to how many you can take. One time they had something tasty, and I just stood there and ate until I was full. And then I bought a bottle of water for 25 cents. Oh. All right, Utah's 64-15s are back a little bit, but not completely. Like just enough to keep him holding them. Thank you. You know, at some point, tech companies are going to have to do one of two things. They either now one of them is the easy route, the high road. Or they can take the low road. Low road it is. Doesn't matter. Both are bad. Talk me out of buying a lot of Tesla 300p for Friday at 31 cents each. It's a terrible idea, right? Right? I mean, yeah. But terrible ideas make money all the time. Also, don't blow up right now. Isn't that transferring the bag to debt holders? No, it doesn't matter. It'll tank their stock prices. I think the more noble path is this. This one, I wonder which one they'll pick. America has voted for the low road time and time again. They have bunkers. They don't care. They're going to care a lot when they have to staff their bunkers with pores. They don't have boat robots yet. And if they ever did create AGI, they would destroy themselves. Like Icarus. Little wings. Guy. When he gets closer, then little poof. The low road keeps the charade going. Whatever. LT's down 2%. I think your strategy is wrecked. I sold my LT. 580 stop. 20% profit per share. You can only buy those funds when IV is up. Yeah. Otherwise they suck. Why would you want to sell calls when IV is down? Implied volatility. My calls are back in the danger zone. I told you it was going to go up just enough for you to keep holding them. I feel like I'm picking on you at this point. What are you, the MM? Not on those, no. Altman said AI was in a bubble. I think the show's almost over. It's just a fancy Google search compounder, basically. Well, no. It also randomly generates answers that can't be found on any search. The movie Mountainhead was surprisingly not bad commentary on the tech bro AI Icarus scenario. Huh. I've never seen that. But now I want to? Ooh, Bowman wants the Fed to own Fed staff should be allowed to own small amounts of crypto products. Having a de minimis crypto holding would allow the Fed staff to better understand crypto products. That's beautiful.
Focus for our supervisory activities. focus
Ooh.
for our supervisors.
Let's watch Jackson's Hole.
So let me be clear. We must adopt an approach that does not penalize or prohibit a bank from banking a customer that's engaged in legal activity. This approach must allow and encourage banks to provide banking products and services to any legal business without disfavoring any particular viewpoints, businesses, or industries. So I'm going to turn now to talk about the approach that I've adopted since becoming a regulator, which is the importance of outreach. The industry, whether it's traditional finance, community banking, or digital assets, should expect a constructive engagement with our supervisors when they're discussing strategies or approaches for innovation. As regulators, we must engage in a way that enables our supervisory teams to understand the technology or innovation that's under consideration and have an open-minded view about the benefits and the possibilities of a new approach, while also understanding effective mitigation strategies that could address any risks. Banks should be encouraged to explore new technology, to engage in discussions with their regulators about how they can be deployed, and what reasonable supervisory expectations should apply. In
There's
this
so much time
context,
until close.
A healthy dialogue and a commitment to learning ensures the bank and examiner relationship can be collaborative rather than agnostic in tone or antagonistic in tone. Innovators,
Those are very
banks,
different
and
words.
regulators must develop a constructive relationship, and this relies on a commitment to ongoing outreach. As I've demonstrated throughout my tenure as a regulator at both the state and the federal levels, I'm committed to outreach that enhances my understanding of industry preferences, challenges, and better ways to engage with both developers and adopters. We should build an examination workforce that requires skills development and informed judgment to address evolving business preferences, practices, and expectations. And in a step toward doing so, last week I
Probably not a
announced
good
that
day
the
for an
novel
end-of-day
Banking Activities
butterfly.
Supervision Group would be reintegrated within our approach should consider allowing Federal
The
Reserve
fuck was
staff
that?
to hold de minimis amounts of crypto and other types of digital assets so that they can achieve a working understanding of the underlying functionality. While there are many resources available to learn about these financial products, and we will soon be establishing a framework for supervising issuers of these assets, there's really no replacement for experimenting and understanding how ownership and the transfer process flows. I certainly wouldn't trust anyone to teach me to ski if they've never put on skis, regardless of how many books, articles or articles they've read or even wrote about it. So we should consider whether limits on staff investment activities may be a barrier to recruiting and retaining staff with necessary expertise and for existing staff to better understand the technology. Going forward, it will be necessary to continue to implement a tailored approach to these new technologies in our supervisory activities. An approach that balances the supervisory and regulatory expectations in a way that is commensurate with the risk. What would this look like in practice? It needs to include regulatory certainty.
I personally don't work at the Fed because they don't allow me to hold crypto.
America's reputation
No
for
other
providing an open
reason.
environment for innovation.
It's not Amy Schumer.
Regulators should abide by these principles in developing this framework. The first principle is essential, and that's regulatory certainty.
No, the bubble's
Justifying
not popping
investing in
yet.
new
Calm
blockchain
down.
development specifically for the banking industry, or even repurposing existing
Getting there,
blockchain
but not yet.
technologies for this sector requires significant investment. Why would you make that investment without a clear understanding about how regulators will evaluate new use cases in the highly regulated industry of banking? Would you choose to partner with banks knowing that this will bring regulatory scrutiny?
Can we to
and
vibe trade
uncertainty?
after I send a
Or would you
pigeon whale to
develop
close above
alternatives outside of the
64.25?
banking system?
I wouldn't mind that.
Your industry has already experienced significant frictions with bank regulators, applying unclear standards, conflicting guidance, and inconsistent regulatory interpretations. We need a clear, strategic regulatory framework that will facilitate the adoption of new technology, recognizing that in some cases, it may be inadequate or inappropriate to apply existing regulatory guidance to address emerging tech. Having clear and transparent rules is not effective if the rules are unnecessarily burdensome and restrictive. So my second principle is that rules must be well calibrated and tailored to address the risks. Well-calibrated regulation promotes responsible innovation while also aligning incentives for long-term growth and stability. Tailoring rules and supervision requires regulators to approach each use case based on particular facts and circumstances, rather than applying expectations designed for an imaginary worst-case scenario that differs from the actual use case. We can't
What? This is the Jackson's hole.
And regulators must recognize the unique features of these new assets and distinguish them from traditional financial instruments or banking products. A third principle is that frameworks must be consistent with generally applicable rules and requirements. Customer-facing products must comply with consumer protection laws, including those prohibiting unfair, deceptive, or abusive acts and practices. We must think carefully about appropriate regulations to protect consumers and investors, maintain bank safety and soundness, and preserve the stability of the financial system. Any legal framework must also include appropriate Bank Secrecy Act and anti-money laundering requirements to fulfill the important policy objectives of these requirements.
Jackson could do much better.
Finally, we need to build a framework that allows the U.S. to continue to be the best place in the world to innovate. Failing to do so could jeopardize American competitiveness.
Big put selling down here.
Regulators have taken preliminary steps to support blockchain technology within the banking system, as well as to eliminate deterrence for banks to provide services.
Pontiff of VWAP should come with a lifetime GS subscription.
I'm confident that with the benefit of
5 years
outreach
deal
and education, we will build a framework
you know
that
what?
is fair,
Fuck it.
efficient,
Sure.
and transparent. So in closing, I just want to note that we stand at a crossroads. We can either seize the opportunity to shape the future, or we can risk being left behind. By embracing innovation with a principled approach, we can define the course of history.
How much is that? $250,000.
Promote the safety and soundness of the banking system and financial stability. We are mindful of the potential risks and vulnerabilities that result from rapid transformation. We're cautious about the
No one's done that yet, right?
And our
What?
mindset and
Bought
policies
Pontiff?
guide us toward minimizing risks.
No comment.
But we must pay equal attention to the benefits side of the equation. Innovation and regulation don't need to be on opposite sides of the spectrum. In fact, they can complement each other. A more modern, efficient, and effective financial system furthers key regulatory objectives, promoting safe and sound banking operations, financial stability, and economic growth. Thank you very much.
No crowdfunding, Pontiff.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. The morning content on day one of the Wyoming Blockchain Symposium. I told Governor Bowman social media is already abuzz about her comments. So lunch is served both on the Cottonwood Terrace and lawn, as well as in the Stead Fire Chop.
Should I buy Pontiff? Will you manage my port? Will you have a port left if you buy Pontiff? I feel like someone needs to ask the real questions here. You probably need more than that. It's on the Ko-Fi. You don't. You'll grow it to 200K. Will I? Fair enough. Hmm. I wish we'd just lose 6,400 now. This is getting boring. Bulls have any pump juice left in the crank tank? Well, Charm is extremely negative on the 0DT. Like, I don't think we're going under 6,400 at all, but I don't know. I feel like it'd be cool to test it or something. If we lose 63.95, we're gonna dump so fucking hard. 90? Yeah, 95, 90. Hmm. Yeah, we'd probably bounce back if we slip support. I don't disagree. There's still 11,800 bot pets at 6,400 that have not gone in the money yet. I'm 6'3". Tackle. Tackle and tight end. Fullback. This is fucking boring. Yeah, I probably am lucky Grim2's not around to hear that. We all know how he gets. Mm. I found learning the plays interesting for like a week. What, in football? Mm, I don't know, I guess. Not really. Oh, we almost got the 6400 test. Nope. There's actually more 6400s bought than there were a few minutes ago. Hmm. Yeah, it's fucked. Oh no! God damn it. I hate it when I do that. Oh, downtrends. They always break up. Hmm. Very hard to climb out of this hole. Especially with the uptick in vol to the downside strike. Rough. They're gonna recover it all? I don't know. It's hard to dig out of this. And there's still massive resistance at 15 and 20, which will probably prevent a lot of further upside moves. No, the entry for Tesla puts was at 30. Hmm. Hmm. The chart on the decadely? Wait, what? Which tail? Yeah, delta out of the money is climbing a little bit, so probably short calls taking profits. Maybe. Mm. About to retest the upside of the downtrend here. Hmm. Yeah, every trend test has failed today. There's still synthetic shorts at 415, 420. It's gonna be hard to get above 10 much. Hmm. Hmm. Ball's coming down pretty hard. I think we get a breakout here. Finally. But I don't know how far it's going to run. Yeah, 15 and 20 are big resistance. 15 maybe a little less so. Mm. No, 40 is not that simple. Yep. Mm. Pretty impressive. Hmm. Yeah, this fucking sucks. And emerging market bonds. Seems like treasuries aren't having too big of a problem today, although rising against the falling dollar, which is a bit weird. Hmm. It looks fun on the 1 hour. Tesla looks like it's about to make a new low. Mm. If the bulls had given up, this would be drilling through 63.90. No. Believe it or not, all that negative gamma at 6,400 is actually a little supportive. Also, 6,400 puts are starting to pull back a little. About 2,000 of them down on this bounce. BTC lost 113. Oh, did it? Ooh. I don't know if that matters, but interesting. Why 113? Support's like 112. It's the number our Bitcoins stated was a line in the sand. Yeah, I think 112 probably more important. 112, 98, 235, and then 97, 97, 97,030. Is Trump yapping? I hope he says bullish things. I'm tired of selling puts. I don't think so. And hmm. I'm tired of my sold puts being underwater. Valid. Oh. Blah. Yeah. Fuck. Fidelity needs stops? Do they not have stops for sold options? I thought they did. For spreads? Hmm. Maybe you're right. Yeah, I mean, stops on spreads suck because the complex order book. You get shitty fills. Hmm. Is there a chance of squeezing into close? Maybe up to like 10 or 12. Hmm. Till finna by the dip tomorrow. I guess if we break above 20, then things would squeeze. But that seems really difficult at this point. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Mm, they're really not though. They're just buying more. They're just buying more on every bounce. The question is, can the line go higher than it did last time? We already broke out above trend. It's just that all the breakouts have failed dramatically. Can you moan to commensurate the tastiness of a breakout of 20? I don't think it's gonna happen. Huh. Is Trump speaking? I don't think so. Oh. Hmm. Pushing up to 10. Hmm. It would be better if there was more volume. Hmm. I feel like we should just get a full mean reversion. Because we have Fed minutes tomorrow, and then the whole, and bulls are way below where the majority of their like supportive positioning is. Can you tell me more about this thing I'm seeing? What thing? Reverse repo even lower. Yep. Yeah, it's gonna continue to happen. We'll probably get a bump on it into the end of the month next week. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's drained before then. I mean, it doesn't force the Fed to immediately end quantitative tightening, but it encourages them to end it quickly. Like, it's not like a mechanical reaction, but you know, as soon as repo's drained, all of that issuance will start hitting bank reserves. And bank reserves are, you know, they're healthy. They're at like 3.2 trillion right now. But they definitely can't take on the burden of like 1.3 trillion in issuance over the last half of this year. Because their margin ratios are gonna go in the fucking toilet if that happens. And then you're gonna get like a lot of illiquidity in the treasury market, which is a problem because our debt burden every month is significant. It's more than our military spending. Mm-hmm. Shockingly, I don't think Trump's done anything since becoming president. Well, at least fuck shit up, but nothing useful. Hmm. No, because 10 is still resistance. Yeah. Hmm. I wonder what you guys look like in real life. Like this, mostly. SPC? You meant SPX? That's a typo. Ah, okay. I don't know. Could just offer an opportunity to short vol. So. I don't wear jorts, but I do own several pairs of Swarts. There's 10 minutes left. Also, we never got a breakout above the trend that would have allowed for the filling of that gap. I think we came kind of close at one point earlier. It was around like, yeah, like 11:30. We almost broke out to fill the gap. And then that got rejected, and we basically just went straight down ever since. There's also a 6401 gap to the downside right now
Costellosaurus
that
put
has
their
not
giggle in
filled.
my jaw. Remember when we would chug a bottle of wine?
It's like
Those were
right
some good times,
there.
simpler times. We should make that a requirement for becoming a PW. Cuckoo 5.
Costellosaurus, remember when we would chug a bottle of wine? Fuck yeah, I do. Those were some good times, simpler times. We should make that a requirement for becoming a pigeon whale. No. Carl almost got fucking cirrhosis. And I'm 80% sure Danrod did. And then there was Darth. I was always worried about Darth. I think he did, yeah, he did two. Not two at once, but two back to back. I think I have the same Adidas Swarts you do. Was Costellosaurus the guy who drank the whole bottle of wine and posted it in Discord like 2 years ago? I don't know. Like 90 people did that, and that was like 3 years ago. Yeah, cirrhosis is bad. I knew someone who got it. He was like 28 at the time, and I didn't even think he drank that fucking much. You did do it once at least. I thought Darth married Carl. I don't know. My neighbor got it at 20. Jesus. I have not married anyone. It's ridiculous. Irish? Think you'd be more insulated. Darth's around, he's fine. Everyone has the same Costco Adidas shorts. No, Swartz. Not shorts. Swartz. You're right, they were weak. No, sweat shorts. I would not be caught dead in those things. You're missing out. It's all the coziness of a sweat pant, but with only half your leg covered. Stop. Are you buying them as shorts or cutting them? They come as shorts. In short form. I mean, I've cut a few too. As a man with 4 legs, I trust your judgment. Shit, I gotta make a phone call. I might be back for market close. I didn't realize I missed a call.